I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Opens Meeting Act as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article 3-305, B1 and B7, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees. Everybody check to make sure your microphones are turned off. Thank you. Let's see. B1 and B7 to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
So moved, Hen.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Dominowski.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Agombe?
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Dr. Savoy, you're on mute. Okay.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education for Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag to be led by me, and we will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the May 19th agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I am unaware of any additions or changes to tonight's agenda.
Okay, thank you. Hearing none, the agenda stands as presented. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Dr. McCall. Mr. McCall.
Good evening, Chair Lichter,
Good evening.
Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters tonight. We have retirements, resignations, sounds so good, it has to,
I know.
yeah. Leaves.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in exhibits D1 through D3?
So move, Young.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second Pumphrey.
Second Savoy.
Thank you, thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Hen,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe, Ms. Dulesky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey.
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski.
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCall.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Chair Lichter and members of the board, I'm bringing forward the following administrative appointments for your approval. Executive Director, Department of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Principal, Catonsville Middle School. Principal, Featherbed Lane Elementary School. Principal, Logan Elementary School. Principal, Pleasant Plains Elementary School. Principal, Riderwood Elementary School, and Pupil Personnel Worker, Department of Student Support Services.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as presented in Exhibit E1?
So moved, Celeste.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Young.
Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Hen,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Dulesky,
Yes.
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski.
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Our first appointee this evening is David Davis. David is attending this evening with his wife, Beth.
You can
Please
stand up.
stand and be recognized. David is being appointed as the principal principal at Pleasant Plains Elementary School. With 10 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, David's prior experiences include elementary classroom teacher at Vincent Farm Elementary School and assistant principal at Joppa View Elementary and Cromwell Valley Elementary Magnet School. Prior to that, David served as a classroom teacher at Prospect Mill Elementary School. Congratulations. Our next appointment this evening is Ann Hamill. Ann is attending this evening with her husband Jack and children. Please stand to be recognized. Ann is being appointed as the principal at Catonsville Middle School. With 20 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Ann's BCPS experiences include English teacher at Pikesville Middle School and assistant principal at Pikesville Middle School and Southwest Academy. Congratulations. Our next appointment this evening is Maria Henry. Maria is attending this evening with her husband Todd and daughters. Please stand to be recognized. Maria is being appointed as the principal at Riderwood Elementary School. With 25 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Maria's prior experiences include elementary classroom teacher at Sandalwood Elementary School, elementary classroom teacher and reading specialist at Villa Cresta, and assistant principal at Charlesmont Elementary School. Congratulations. Our next appointment is Antoinette Lelia. Antoinette is attending this evening with her husband Andrew and is being appointed as the pupil personnel worker. Please stand to be recognized. With 13 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Antoinette's BCPS experiences include Spanish teacher at Kenwood High School and ESOL teacher at Lansdowne High and Chesapeake High Schools. Congratulations. Our next appointment is James Marthy. James is attending this evening with his sons Nolan and Reese, BCPS students. Please stand to be recognized. James is being appointed as the principal at Featherbed Lane Elementary School. With 21 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, James' BCPS experience include reading teacher and English teacher at Southwest Academy, English teacher and resource teacher at Lansdowne Middle School, and assistant principal at Featherbane Lane Elementary School. Prior to that, he served as the physical education coordinator and teacher in Los Angeles Unified School District. Congratulations. Our next appointment is John Staley. Please stand to be recognized. Dr. John Staley is attending this evening with his wife Karen and family and is being appointed as the Executive Director in the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. With 31 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, John's experiences include mathematics teacher at Sparrows Point Middle and Hereford High School, coordinator and director in the Office of Mathematics, and manager in the Department of Research, Accountability, and Assessment. Congratulations. The last appointment this evening is Nicole Wrightson. Nicole is attending this evening with her husband Chris and principal Mike Parker. Please stand to be recognized. Nicole is being appointed as the principal at Logan Elementary School. With 21 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Nicole's experiences include elementary classroom teacher, special education inclusion teacher, and resource teacher at Baltimore Highlands Elementary School, and assistant principal at Berkshire Elementary and Logan Elementary Schools. Congratulations.
Is that everybody, Dr. Rogers?
That is everyone.
All right, congratulations to everyone. And here they all go. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols, which are posted in the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior, such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting, are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of your time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. We'll start with our school system affiliated groups, and our first speaker is Leslie Weber from the PTA Council, who's speaking virtually. Ms. Weber?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Board of Education members, and Dr. Rogers. We'd like to thank Dr. Rogers for supporting PTA Council and PTAs by taking part in monthly leadership roundtables since 2023. Our final session will take place on June 4th. Dr. Rogers, we appreciate your longstanding commitment to PTA. We're proud to announce that we had 6 state-level winners and 1 national winner in National PTA's annual Reflections Arts Education Competition. Grayson Gonzalez of Pretty Boy Elementary won first place at the state level in the Visual Arts category Accessible Arts Division. His entry was forwarded to National PTA for judging. Leah Newth of Hereford Middle won the top state-level award in the Photography category, Middle School Division. Her entry advanced to National PTA, where it won a second-place award. At our April general meeting, we heard great presentations on school-based health centers and on service learning. During April's Global Youth Service Days, PTA Council and PTA units hosted projects under our new Service Learning Partners program. In collaboration with the Office of Family and Community Engagement and community partners, including Councilmen Mike Ertel and Julian Jones, students earned service learning hours by taking part in projects focused on youth engagement, civics, food insufficiency, environmental awareness, and community building. Thank you to FACE Program Specialist Stacy Wade and Supervisor Sue Hahn for partnering with us to advance PTA-sponsored service learning opportunities. Every year, National PTA offers program grants to PTAs. This year, 2 PTSAs, Eastern Tech and Woodlawn, won the Create with Kindness grant. Eastern Tech received additional grant funding to host a national PTA marquee event on April 21st. Woodlawn's event took place on May 14th. These events brought together communities to explore teens' online experiences and resources available to families to set healthy digital boundaries. We'd like to congratulate PTA Council's Edwin Perez for his advocacy to help get Policy 1250 approved. Thank you to Christina Pumphrey for her leadership and to community allies for their partnership. We also want to recognize that Edwin recently received the Distinguished Service Award from Maryland Teachers of English to Speakers of Other Languages. This reflects Edwin's commitment to advocacy for and the academic success of our immigrant, multicultural, and multilingual youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category are our unions, and our first speaker is Ms. Kelly Olds from TABCO. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I would like to briefly touch on 3 topics tonight. First, there is a new problem that we have seen with Oracle and its implementation. TABCO administers a sick leave bank. The bank is a career-saving tool for our members who have major medical events and run out of sick leave. It keeps educators in our system. It keeps members in their homes. For it to function, we set a donation rate annually. This rate is required to be based on need per our contract. But now we are told, due to Oracle, BCPS staff cannot produce a report that they have used for this purpose for decades. This forces us to guess what we need. This does not work for our bank or our members. Please help us get the balances so we can set a needs-based donation rate for the sick leave bank. Next, TABCO members are already experiencing harm from the massive staffing cuts. Members around the county are dealing with the emotional and professional injury caused by their displacement, sometimes from communities that they have taught in for many years. Baltimore County leaders, that includes all of us, are called upon to have the difficult conversations to determine what this system and this county will be in the future. These cuts are doing serious harm, especially to our middle and high schools. This harm will drive more students from our system, leading to further cuts. I am concerned that we are on the edge of a downward spiral, and once it is triggered, it will be hard to reverse. We must maintain robust programming at all of our middle and high schools so we can continue to attract and retain families in our system and our county. Let's talk about that. Finally, I must mention the recently begun and already soon to be complete superintendent search. This is a daunting and important task, perhaps the largest single task that you, the board, must take on. And the stakes are higher than ever. Please take the union and community input to heart as you do this critical work. Please look to us to help support you in making this crucial decision. The future of our students, our educators, and the county depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category are nonprofit community groups, and our first speaker is Amanda Garrett from Schools Beyond Screens, Baltimore County, and I believe she's on virtually.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Amanda Garrett. I have 2 children in BCPS, and I'm also a co-lead of the Baltimore County chapter of Schools Beyond Screens, a national coalition of parents and educators advocating for evidence-based technology use in schools. I'm here today because families across this county are deeply concerned about the amount of screen-based learning happening in our classrooms and about the millions of taxpayer dollars continue to be spent on educational technology despite mounting evidence that these programs are not improving learning outcomes for our kids. We are asking BCPS to take immediate steps to reduce classroom screen use and adopt a far more evidence-based approach to educational technology. Specifically, we are asking the district to eliminate classroom screen use in kindergarten through 2nd grade, phase out one-to-one Chromebook programs in elementary and middle schools and return to shared laptop carts for limited instructional use, prioritize teacher-led, paper-based and discussion-based instruction over screen-based learning platforms, and eliminate the overuse of educational technology programs that replace direct instruction while collecting large amounts of student data. The research supporting these changes is substantial and growing. A study of nearly 300,000 4th and 8th grade students found that more device use in language arts was associated with worse reading performance, with negative effects appearing with as little as 30 minutes of use per day. Research also consistently shows that students retain information better when writing by hand, while screens and laptops increase distraction and reduce attention, and not only for the student using the device, but for surrounding peers as well. These findings should concern all of us because despite more than a decade of massive investment in educational technology, we have not seen the academic transformation that was promised. Intentions are not outcomes. And while these programs are often defended in the name of equity, research shows that screen-based learning worsens inequities by undermining attention, reading comprehension, and critical thinking skills, especially for vulnerable students. Technology education is important. Students should absolutely learn how to type and how to responsibly use digital tools, but technology education is not the same thing as educational technology. Learning about computers is different from learning math, reading, and science on computers. Our children's attention, learning, and personal data should not be treated as products for educational technology companies. And ultimately, one of the strongest predictors of student success is not a device or a software program. It is a positive relationship with a teacher. We cannot continue allowing these programs to harm children's attention, learning, and development while hoping the outcomes will somehow improve.
Thank
The time
you.
has come for BCPS to make a change.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sean Gillum Sean Gillum. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped. The next speaker is Dr. Dorsey from the NAACP of Randallstown. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
Whoops, sorry.
That's okay.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, superintendent, and members of the community. My name is Dr. Takima Dorsey, president of the Randallstown NAACP 7032B, author of a 26-book series, Breaking Poverty Cycles Through Leadership, including 2 MSDE-approved poverty-informed leadership programs for CPD credit, and a national expert in poverty disruption through leadership and educational equity. I stand before you today to address a reality that significantly impacts student achievement, yet remains too often overlooked in educational leadership discussions: poverty as a barrier to learning. Every day, students enter our schools carrying burdens many adults will struggle to manage. Some arrive hungry, some face housing instability, others carry trauma, anxiety, and chronic stress in the classroom. Yet, we continue expecting many students to perform academically as if those barriers do not exist. Students cannot fully learn when basic needs are unmet. Too often, we discuss academic performance without discussing access, behavior without discussing trauma, and achievement gaps without confronting opportunity gaps. This is not about excuses, it is about systems. Poverty is not just a personal failure of students and families. It is a structural challenge that directly impacts educational outcomes. And if we are truly committed to educational excellence, then we must also be committed to educational equity, recognizing that some students require additional support to reach the same standards of success. At the state level, MSDE has already recognized poverty-informed approaches with broader equity-centered practices. The opportunity at the local level is ensuring those practices are reflected in district policies, leadership practices, student training, and student support systems. Strong educational systems recognize that student achievement is directly connected to wellness, stability, mental health, and access to opportunity. Because the truth is simple: zip codes should not determine educational destiny. Tonight, I urge the board not only to acknowledge poverty as an educational barrier, but to intentionally address its impact through trauma-informed practices, equitable resources, allocation, wraparound supports, and stronger community partnerships. This conversation is not about lowering standards, it's about creating the conditions necessary for students to meet them. I urge the board to continue moving this conversation from a
Thank you. Our next group is individual citizens or students, and our first speaker is Isabel Ordu, virtually.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Isabel Ordu, and I am a visual arts student at Carver Center. I believe I speak on the behalf of most, if not all, of the 280 visual arts students at my school when I say that it is unfair to us that our film program is being cut. Outside of school, we pour at least 10 hours weekly into our artwork because we want to live up to the amazing high standard of art that students at our school are known for producing. With this, cutting film, a sector of art at Carver, is an insult to the hard work each visual art student here has put into their education, from the second they started their application process till today. Cutting out film won't just affect a handful of freshmen who are looking forward to taking the class next year. It'll also affect a balanced amount of 17 to 18 kids in each separate course at each class level. Carver's visual arts program is the biggest prime in the entire school, with it having 70 students per grade. In other words, visual students account for a majority of the student body. Cutting the film program would therefore affect 1/3 of the school students. Think about that. Baltimore County Public Schools claim to breed environments for students to be able to engage, empower, and excel. But how can we engage in overpacked, difficult to focus environments? How will we be able to feel and be empowered when, due to the lack of sufficient instructional time caused by longer fatigue sessions, our work isn't up to the quality and reputation Carver students have built and maintained over the past decades? How do we excel when our space to explore our creativity and passion is being prioritized less and less in today's world, and now even in our classrooms, at an art school at that? Artists and societies have been failed time and time again, so how can we be sure that in the next few years all our art programs will be cut when the people who are supposed to protect our education aren't doing that? For the sake of Carver and the arts, please keep our film program under a part-time instructor at the very least. We do not want to miss the high rigor of the BCPS film curriculum or give up on our dreams. Keeping Carver's film program means keeping the creative fire at Carver burning for years and years to come. They'll be the ones to sit and watch it as our creative outlet is being stripped away from us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Gillum. Okay. Our next speaker is Ms. DeMio. I believe she's virtual.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, members of the board.
Good.
My name is Ruth DeMeo. I'm a Carver parent. I'm also here to raise concerns about how the film pathway is being diminished at Carver Center, which is the district's flagship arts magnet school. My daughter spent months preparing to apply to Carver for film. She worked hard through her freshman rotation, studying drawing, photography, and sculpture, excited for the chance to finally explore her passion, which is film, in the final quarter. Instead, after weeks with a disengaged substitute while the teacher was on leave, students lost valuable instructional time. Then came the devastating news that next year film would no longer be offered as a concentration for incoming sophomores. My daughter and many of her peers were crushed, as you just heard. In response, I surveyed students, parents, alumni, and community members, and nearly 60 people responded, raising 3 major concerns. Number 1, students are losing access to valuable modern workforce skills. Film education is more than making movies. It teaches editing, sound design, project management, collaboration, digital communication. All are highly transferable skills that BCPS recognizes as important in today's economy. Second, film strengthens collaboration across the arts at Carver. Fewer film classes mean fewer opportunities for literary arts students to see scripts produced, for actors to gain on-camera experience, and for interdisciplinary projects that make Carver unique. Third, eliminating this pathway creates strain elsewhere. Students displaced from film will be pushed into other visual arts courses, increasing class sizes and reducing individualized instruction for everyone. Now, I understand that this is a complex staffing issue, and I appreciate that administrators are exploring creative alternatives. But a film club cannot replace the rigorous academic program built to BCPS standards. When students hear film club, they think about the extraordinary Carver film alumni who have gone on to work on major productions, and they wonder what opportunities and rigor they are now being denied. Our request tonight is specific and achievable. Please preserve this program at its minimum sustainable level by securing 1 part-time certified art teacher, perhaps from the preferred transfer list, to maintain meaningful access to film coursework at Carver. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Santina Gennady. Good evening.
Greetings, Superintendent Dr. Rogers and members of the board. I am Santina Gennady, a BCPS parent and library media specialist. First, I want to thank the board for its support of Policy 6200 and for recognizing the essential role that school libraries play in student achievement, literacy, and equitable access to information. Policy 6200 clearly acknowledges that licensed library media specialists serve as teachers, co-teachers, content integrators, instructional leaders, information specialists, and program administrators. It also recognizes that school library media centers provide equitable access to the print and digital resources critical to lifelong literacy and learning. I deeply appreciate that this board is affirming those values. However, I ask you to also recognize what is required to make these goals possible. As you are aware, your 52 secondary library media specialists are assigned to teach 2 content classes, such as English or Avid, in order to offset staffing shortfalls. When that happens, the library media specialist is removed from their 1.0 library role and placed in a classroom teacher role for approximately 25% of each instructional day. During that time, students and staff lose access to the very services this policy identifies as essential. The responsibilities outlined in Policy 6200 are extensive. We teach information, digital, and media literacy, foster inquiry and critical thinking, collaborate with teachers, manage instructional resources, and maintain library programs aligned with COMAR, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, and the Maryland Freedom to Read Act. That work cannot be done effectively when the librarian is absent from the library for a quarter of every school day. In addition, our collection development process is rigorous and data-driven. We continuously evaluate, select, and deselect materials using established criteria. We assess materials for developmental appropriateness, accuracy, authority, currency, literary quality, diverse representation, and technical merit. This intentional work builds collections that reflect the pluralistic nature of a global society and include multiple perspectives and differing viewpoints. We provide materials in print, digital, audio, multimedia formats to support diverse learning styles and instructional needs. The work is not theoretical. It requires time, expertise, ongoing engagement with staff and students. Most importantly, we create readers. We connect students with books that engage them, reflect them, challenge them, help them grow. Research consistently shows that independent reading is one of the strongest indicators of improved academic performance, including gains in reading, vocabulary, comprehension, even math achievement. If we truly believe in the goals outlined in 6200, then we must ensure students have full-time access to the professionals responsible for carrying them out. As a BCPS parent, I want my student to have a school librarian in her secondary school who's available to work with students and staff. So close.
Thank you. Thanks. Our next speaker is Meg Will. And she's virtual.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Meg Will, and I'm here to express concerns shared by many other parents regarding the growing use of screens and e-learning in our schools. I understand that technology has a place in education. Certain activities such as standardized testing, research, and developing digital literacy skills require it. However, what many parents are struggling to understand is where the line is being drawn between necessary technology use and unnecessary dependence on screens for everyday instruction. Right now, there appears to be a lack of clear guidance and transparency around when screens are being used, how often they are being used, and why they are being used. Many families are concerned that e-learning is expanding well beyond its original purpose without sufficient evidence that it improves educational outcomes. In fact, much of the available research points in the opposite direction. Studies increasingly show that students often experience lower retention, reduced comprehension, and greater distraction when learning primarily through screens compared to direct classroom instruction. Parents are also becoming increasingly concerned about what students are actually doing on devices during the school day. Some families in this county have begun requesting search histories because students themselves report that classmates are easily distracted online. And honestly, it raises a practical question. How can one teacher realistically monitor an entire classroom of students on computers at the same time? For many parents, it feels like the Wild West. My concerns ultimately come down to 3 key questions. First, can the district provide clearer guidance and transparency regarding when and why screens are being used in instruction? Second, will parents be given a meaningful ability to opt their children out of technology-based learning for normal curriculum activities without fear of academic penalty or exclusion? And third, what concrete steps are being taken to address the known pitfalls of e-learning, including distraction, reduced engagement, and diminished retention? I would also encourage the board to read The Digital Delusion by Dr. Jared Cooney Horvath. Before expanding technology use further, we should be asking, is this improving student learning? Is it helping teachers teach more effectively? And is it developmentally appropriate for children? Technology should support education, not replace human interaction, focus, discussion, and critical thinking that make classrooms effective in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we do have one available spot, Dr. Ferrone, you're on the wait list. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. And I know you have a most important job in choosing the next superintendent. So let me just remind you, for 30 years, boards listen to stakeholders asking for more money, less work, more employees. We don't have good results. Boards before you chose superintendent based on political affiliation, maybe religion, maybe color, who knows? But really, the past 7 has failed us all completely. So how would you choose the new superintendent? I personally ask you not to rush. Do not fall into the trap of quick selection because you want the system to be stable, like Case told you last board meeting. You need to have the right person for the job. You really do. You need to look at their honesty somehow. A superintendent is most powerful leader in the school system, has to be a person of integrity, honesty, beyond any approach. You need to look at the abilities. Everybody chosen now and all the way to Dr. Berger have been doctors. They have the degree. Did that really help us? No. I know you have to choose a doctor, but you need to look beyond that title. Their ability to focus on students. I am not against teachers or anybody else. I am for students. If the new superintendent is focused on effectiveness and safety in the classroom, focused on students, everybody will be happy. Everybody will be happy. I hope you accept my words.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business board policies. This is a second reader for these policies, and for that I call on Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept the committee's recommendation to amend the following board policies. Board Policy 3710, Safety and Security Equipment. Board Policy 6200, School Libraries. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits G1 and G2.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations requested? Okay. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 3710 or 6200?
So moved.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion before I sneeze? Oh. Now it's gone. Okay, we're back. Let me check Teams. I don't see anybody. Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call on Mr. Burns.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, board members, Dr. Rogers, Darren Burns, Board Counsel. Tonight in closed session, the board reviewed and took action on hearing examiner case HEA 26-021. Now would be an appropriate time to affirm the action taken in closed session.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the action taken in closed session on hearing examiner's case HEA 26-021 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So moved, Pumphrey.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Stolasky.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillion?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burns. The next item on the agenda is new business, special project request, and for that I call on Dr. Jones.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I bring before you a request for a special project request. The special project includes the installation of a batting cage with a roof and replaces an existing damaged and unusable batting cage at Carroll Manor Elementary School. Funding is being provided by the Carroll Manor Recreation Council. At this time, we'd like for you to consider approval of this special project.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the special project request for the Carroll Manor Elementary School batting cage with roof project as presented in Exhibit I?
So moved, Stolasky.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
is raised in the chat.
I'm sorry, Ms. Frempong, question?
Thank you. It's just a clarification, and it's just about wording. So, Dr. Jones, good evening.
Good evening.
So the document submitted says it is an installation. So originally when I saw the title, I thought there was nothing there and that it was brand new. But reading through the paperwork, it says there's something there. So they're tearing down what's there and replacing that with this new one, correct?
Yes, based on the wording in the document, that is correct.
And
Okay.
Dr. Grimm's nodding behind you.
Okay. So is there a difference, like just again, the language and clarity between us using like replacement versus installation?
So good evening, Ms. Frempong. This is Jess Grimm. The special project request is for the installation. The demolition of the existing batting cage could occur without the installation. So we need the board's permission as a 7330 to approve the special project and the privately funded project for the school. So they're related in this case, but we could take the existing batting cage down without the new installation. So the request is really for the new installation. But to answer your question, yes, the old one will be removed. The new one will be constructed in the same spot.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dominowski.
You've already said it, but just to clarify, this is all coming from private funds. It's being privately funded by the Carroll Manor Rec.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Now may I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're on for another one. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is new business, naming or renaming an area. And for that, I call on Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Good evening again, Board Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I bring before you consideration of 7530 project, its installation of a commemorative plaque to be affixed to an existing playground bench at Woodhome Elementary School. In accordance with Rule 7530, Section A, this special project includes the installation of a memorial plaque to be affixed to an existing playground bench at Woodhome Elementary School in memory of a third grade student, Caleb Dressen. Caleb was known as a friend to all, and his ability to connect with peers and faculty alike fostered a culture of kindness and belonging on the playground and in the classroom. The proposed plaque wording will be in memory of Caleb, a friend to all. The proposed plaque will also have an imprint of his handwritten name. Again, I bring before you consideration of this 7530 project at Woodhome Elementary School.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the 7530 naming or renaming an area project to commemorate an existing playground bench at Woodhome Elementary School as presented in Exhibit J?
So move Pumphrey.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, may I have a roll call vote, please? Oops, Mr. Young. Team, I just looked, but okay. Ms. Frempong.
Thank you. I just have a comment that this is a beautiful memorialization of this student. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frempong. Anyone else? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is the report on the Education Foundation, and for that I call on its biggest cheerleader, Dr. Woolrich. Good evening.
Madam Chair. Good evening, board members. On behalf of the Education Foundation of Baltimore County Public Schools, I thank you for this opportunity to share the good news of our mission-driven work. As introduced, my name is Dr. Heather Wooldridge. I currently serve BCPS as the Associate Director of the Education Foundation. Next slide, please. Or a slide, please.
There you go.
Thank you. The Education Foundation of Baltimore County Public Schools was established on October 26, 1992, as the official 501c3 nonprofit arm of this school system. We are on a mission, thank you. We are on a mission to contribute to a brighter future as a champion of this school system exclusively via advocacy, fundraising, and programming. We believe that we, together with our partners, can ensure that every single student, educator, and school community has the resources necessary to meet their full potential. Next slide, please. Oh, that's me. We focus on 3 goals. As advocates, we are champions of BCPS students, educators, and school communities. We serve as the fiscal sponsors for scholarships and grants for schools, offices, and departments. And we are facilitators of programs that support systemic initiatives and school and office-based goals. To raise funds for all of this work, we hold several fundraisers throughout the year. We have a golf tournament in October, the Tee-Off for Team BCPS. We have a crowd favorite designer bag bingo event in January. We support our superintendent annually with whatever variation of state of the schools they would like. And we have a grassroots Let's Play Ball event that is sometimes softball, sometimes pickleball. These fundraising events help support our advocacy goals and programmings by providing the funding necessary to support them. For programs, we started in 2010 with scholarships. In 2012, we added a grants program. And in 2020, we started our first exchangery. I'd like to begin this evening by talking about our scholarship program. Between 2010 and 2025, we have provided over 750 scholarships for graduating seniors for a total of almost $750,000. This year, we are on pace to award another 211 scholarships for a total of $61,500. We are able to provide these scholarships thanks to the fundraising efforts as well as our relationships with private philanthropic donors. As a foundation, we award the scholarships to students who are pursuing business, economics, entrepreneurial, and finance, BEEF, and science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM careers. The Historically Black Colleges and Universities HBCU Scholarship provides funding for books for students pursuing education at a historically black college or university. And the Tools for Trade Scholarship pays for tools for students pursuing post-secondary training for a trade. As I mentioned earlier, we also have over 50 private partners providing scholarships in a variety of concentrations. Some honor loved ones, some honor their career paths, some are just dedicated to a school, maybe their alma mater. The grants program started in 2012 with the 21st Century Instructional Initiatives grant. This provides teachers in schools with the opportunity to fund special projects that enhance the regular curriculum. This is a grant funded by the foundation. In 2014, we brought on the Clean Green 15 Litter Challenge grants. This is in partnership with the Baltimore County Government Department of Environmental Sustainability and, DEPS, I should say it right, Environmental Protection and Sustainability, and recently the Baltimore Community Foundation. Since 2023, however, the grant program has grown exponentially. Leading the expansion was First Financial Federal Credit Union, which pledged to award $10,000 a year for 5 years for its Putting Students First grants. Following that, the foundation secured a 3-year commitment from the Little Free Library organization to plant book-sharing boxes on school campuses and in community spaces every 6 months. This grant offers over $10,000 worth of materials every year, and that network of Little Free Libraries has grown to include over 150 Little Free Libraries in just 3 short years. In 2024, we received a $1 million grant to help Human Resources recruit, train, and help maintain Black, Indigenous people of color in the teaching profession in Baltimore County. Our other grant partners include ABC, with a grant focused on high schools with the Construction Pathways Completer Program, American Design Associates, which provides alternative learning spaces in our libraries, the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation, which provides schools with STEM centers with $35,000 to $55,000 worth of materials per site, and Wayfinder, which supports our Purpose Center social emotional learning grants with $150,000 in grants each year. And this year, First Financial Federal Credit Union awarded BCPS with a $200,000 grant to support professional development. New for next year, we're introducing the Dollar General grant, which will allow schools to apply for funds to purchase books in languages other than English. My Cozy Corner grants, which will provide furniture, books, games, and STEM materials for schools. The Friedman Field Trip grants, which will provide funds for field trips, designed to enhance the regular curricula. The Capital Corner Entrepreneurship Grant, which will support seniors with startup costs for their own businesses. The Duron Faculty Room Redesign Grant, I think that one speaks for itself, and many more. Information about those grants will be released on our website June 1st. This school year, we are on pace to award an additional 182 grants for a whopping $380,000.
Woohoo!
Those of you familiar with our exchangeries know that these 2 educator resource centers are what make our foundation a unicorn. in the world of education foundations. We have not one, but 2 locations in partnership with Merit Companies where teachers may shop one time per month all year long for classroom supplies and resources at 0 cost to themselves. Since opening the first one in Windsor Mill in 2018, the Exchangeries have served over 20,000 educators and 525,000 BCPS students. And up until April 1st of this year, we have funneled over $4.6 million worth of resources back into our school system. $4.6 million. As a former English teacher and certified librarian, I am proud to announce tonight that on April 16th, during shopping at Windsor Mill, we distributed our 100,000th book. Books are one of our most popular items on shopping nights. Educators are allowed to select an unlimited number of books during each shopping experience. These are for their classroom libraries, their students' home libraries, and our network of Little Free Libraries. We are able to do this thanks to donations from Baltimore County community members and our partnership with the Maryland Book Bank. But they are not the only popular items. This year alone, so far, this school year alone, we have distributed 11,000 notebooks, 23,000 folders, 44,000 pens, 55,000 markers, 89,000 pencils, and 144,000 crayons. These are items that go directly into our classrooms for our student use, and our teachers are not putting their hands in their own pockets to pay for these items. We are providing them for them. That's only this school year alone so far. These numbers are astounding, and they continue to rise. In school year 22-23, just 2 years ago, the average number of shoppers on a shopping night was just 44. This school year, just 2 years later, our average on a shopping night is 88 shoppers in 3 hours, with our highest being 162 educators in 3 hours last August. The need for classroom supplies and resources is real, and the foundation is filling that need. Just to recap, since 2018, the Exchangeries have served over 20,000 educators in Baltimore County Public Schools and 525,000 students. We have, as of April, crossed the threshold and distributed over 100,000 books. We have solicited donations and raised funds to give back over $4.6 million worth of resources into our school system. Of course, we could not do this without our generous community partners who sponsor our events and our generous community members who donate funds and new and gently used like new materials to keep the shelves of the Exchangeries stocked. We host 3 major campaigns each year to support the Exchangeries. This year so far, we have distributed over $310,000 worth of tools for school materials. Think of your typical classroom materials and supplies. Over $100,000 worth of books for teachers' classrooms, student home libraries, and our network of Little Free Libraries. And over $200,000 worth of Share the Warmth and Joy materials, which are our hats, gloves, coats, hygiene products, and social emotional learning tools for our students. That does not even include the almost $300,000 worth of what I like to call miscellaneous treasures. Those that have been adopted this year, those may include desk accessories, posters, incense holders, you name it. Whatever the community wants to donate, our talented teachers and creative students will use, and they take off the shelves. This year has been particularly exciting because we have listened to our ever-growing number of clientele who suggested that the Exchangeries might be slightly crowded based on the aisles structure of the Exchangeries and the increasing number of shoppers. So as you can see on the left-hand side of the slide, we used to have aisles at the Exchangeries, and we have come up with an open floor planning scheme. So a team came up with the open floor plan with at the Exchangery in Windsor Mill, and in December, with the help from many partners, including Lowe's, GWWO, Whiting Turner, American Design Associates, Media Star Promotions, of course, our fabulous board members, and our invaluable core volunteers. We emptied the entire exchangery, removed the old shelving units, built new shelving units, painted the walls, redesigned the bathroom, swapped out the brown banker boxes for clear plastic bins, added new signs that help our students with special needs who stock our shelves to see the items that go in with an image of that, the title of the image of the item in the box, as well as the allocation for the teachers. And we did all of that, including bringing it all back in and restocking the shelves in one 24-hour period. The space has been completely transformed. The flow is much better for shoppers. The space is more conducive for meetings, professional development, and experiential learning. And we have even started offering free yoga classes for BCPS employees. It is a lighter, brighter space, more conducive to serving our community. And so, as you can imagine, the success was so great that we have replicated most of it in Rosedale in March. And we have a few more improvements to make, but the transformation in Rosedale has already also had an incredibly positive impact on our service to our clients. Another highlight were these 3 exclusive exchangery-style shopping experiences, which were held at the BCPS Logistics Warehouse. We are so grateful to Logistics for receiving and holding almost $150,000 worth of brand new shoes and brand new socks for our students experiencing homelessness. $55,000 worth of brand new clothing from Media Star Promotions, and $30,000 worth of Play-Doh, Pokemon games, and Legos from First Book, all of which came in just before the holidays to truly help our communities celebrate. Thank you, Logistics. And of course, none of this would be possible without our incredible board members. They are the most active and supportive board members I'm aware of, no disrespect. They contribute to every campaign, every fundraising event, and are storytellers and advocates for our mission-driven work. They are truly champions of education, and more importantly, they are champions of Baltimore County Public Schools. We also could not do what we do without our core volunteers who support our fundraising events, exclusive shopping dates, and more. If you really want to know who's in charge at the exchangeries, it's the volunteers. They show up every single week. They work with our students. They receive deliveries and donations. They stock our shelves, and they facilitate shopping. And without them, we truly could not do the work that we do. We love you, ladies, and your husbands. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not recognize Miss Cindy Whitcomb. Miss Cindy Whitcomb is our admin fiscal assistant, and for the past 18 months, Cindy and I have been a mighty team of 2, as the executive director position of the foundation has been vacant for 18 months. Cindy's institutional knowledge and passion for our mission-driven work has kept us afloat and thriving. Thank you, Cindy. And in conclusion, I invite all of you to clean out your desks, your offices, your closets, your basements, your attics, donate to our campaigns, come contact headquarters and schedule your next meeting in one of our beautiful spaces. And I challenge you to accept the challenge of coming to visit and volunteer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Woolrich. Are there any questions from the board? And thank you for all that the foundation does for our teachers and students. Questions? Ms. Pumphrey.
First, everyone I think here knows I'm a big fan of the foundation, but I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. Wooldridge, for stepping in when you have less staff. You're continuing the work of the foundation, not only continuing it, but looking at what you described today, making it better and improving it, and bringing us more benefits that the foundation provides, especially monetarily. I just think in a time when we are cutting with budget cuts, providing those supplies for teachers and students is incredibly necessary. So thank you for all of your hard work. And I have one quick question about the grants that I'm not sure if you can answer or not. Some of the grants that you described, there are so many, I wrote them down, like the $1 million human resource grant for teacher recruitment and retention, that's one of them. Those grants, are they specifically from the foundation? Because I know we also have another section of our BCPS that writes grants, does grant writing as well. Or were those specific to the foundation, or are those in connection with the other office? Thank you. That helps with those.
It's an excellent question. I appreciate that. So many of them are specific to the foundation, but as we are all Team BCPS, we do often collaborate with other offices and departments. The ones that come through specifically for the foundation are the ones that are required to go through a 501c3 nonprofit. So we are the official fiscal sponsors on behalf of the school system for those grants. But whether they come through us or they don't, we absolutely always collaborate with that office, the grant writing office, and many other offices who are searching for their own grants to support their initiatives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Let me check teams. Ms. Frempong? I took a guess. That was you. Yep. Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Wooldridge. I echo Ms. Pumphrey's comments, and I love hearing about the opportunities for even students with special needs to be able to volunteer, and that you have made the facility more easily accessible for them to be able to help as well. As far as things for donations for ours that would be given for special needs students, are those types of items available as well? So things like, I don't know, I'm just throwing out things, widgets or noise canceling headphones, but I guess any of those things that will be allowable, are those things available for our special needs students as well in the store?
So typically, we have a shopping list that you can download from our website that has the basic school supplies. Anything that's more specific, particularly for students for special needs, we would often invite our colleagues to apply for a FAST Funds or a 21st Century or Putting Students First grant for those items. Because we have 174 sites, we can't always be as broad in our offerings on a regular basis, but we can always support our special requests.
That's great. Thank you for still having that avenue available.
Thank you. Ms. Domanowski?
Yes, thank you for everything that you do. The exchangeries are great. I love them. I'm also was wondering if you thought about putting together some kind of a list for like really high need schools that can't always get out to the exchangery, and maybe do some kind of delivery service for those, like most like Kleenexes and soap and paper towels and stuff like that parents ask for, that or the teachers ask for, that doesn't always get from the parents. And then if those teachers can't get out to the exchangery to get them, have you ever thought about putting together some kind of rotation or list to check in and see which schools really need those things, and if you can get someone like a runner out there maybe once a month or once a quarter, something like that?
Thank you for the question. We are constantly fielding requests and bending over backwards to do what we can to make sure that we serve our community. We had a bus on the list at one point, but unfortunately with only 2 staff members, it's really, that's asking a lot. So the bus is on pause, but we always make sure that any requests that come in, we do our best to make sure that we deliver.
A minivan that you could borrow? Anybody?
Anyone else?
If you're volunteering, I'm taking.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Woolridge. Thank you very much. And the next item on the agenda is report on academic achievement, chronic absenteeism, and for that I call Dr. Jones, Ms. Mustafer, and Dr. Arkeles. I don't see. Oh, yes, I do. You were hiding back there. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I am very excited to be joined by these 2 lovely staff members here at BCPS, Ms. Mustafa, who serves as the Director of Student Support Services, and Ms. Archulus, Dr. Archulus, who is an amazing principal at Woodlawn Middle School. Before we get started, we are very proud of the work that we have accomplished in Baltimore County Public Schools as it relates to attendance and making sure our students attend schools. This presentation will be focused on middle school, but there's a lot to be proud of and still more work to do, but we're excited about our gains. If we could share the slide presentation, we'll get started. I'll turn it over to Ms. Mustafa.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. In speaking about attendance, the quote that's in front of you comes from Attendance Work. Attendance is not just a number. It's a measure of connection, access, and conditions for student success. In our country, there are 14.7 million students who are absent each and every day from school. And that, when you think about it, is considerable number. As we are trying to build a culture of attendance across Baltimore County, we have to be focused on the fact that students come to school, and we know this, and the data tells us, when they are connected. And continuing that discussion tonight, you'll hear from us about what we are doing in Baltimore County to bolster that connection, and then you're going to hear from Dr. Archulus and the wonderful work at Woodlawn Middle School. All right. So you've heard about the Here For It campaign and the work that we've done really to frame how we approach attendance and chronic absenteeism in Baltimore County. That framing allows us to have shared language as well as shared processes, not just for schools, but for stakeholders as well. So we start off with high levels of engagement, really messaging to our students, our families, our staff, and our community partners. We extend that further by empowering our schools, our communities, and building that culture of attendance by providing system-level expectations and really focusing on school-level expectations. That will result in what we have seen is communities that are committed and sharing in the responsibility for attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism. All right, there we go. It popped back up. Thank you. So what we wanted to highlight here is to really talk about what happens on a daily basis and what that looks like in our schools. So through the engagement, we're engaging our students in community announcements. We're doing attendance tips that are shared by our principals and building leaders out to their larger communities. We have a website that has resources and promotes attendance that can be accessed by anyone in the larger Baltimore County community. We're also really focused on promotion of attendance. We want to make sure that each and every day students know they matter, and we want to see them in our school buildings as part of our communities. One of the things that I wanted to highlight here, and we really felt important, was to share with you is recently we had the opportunity, when we talk about engaging, to work with Attendance Works, who's a front runner in all things attendance, but also the disruption of chronic absenteeism. They partnered with Kaiser Permanente to really bring together two local education agencies, Baltimore County being one of them, to talk about the goals of attendance, what that looks like, the strategies, and really to continue to empower us to continue with our campaign, but also to leverage the expertise across our school system as we really promote the levels of attendance and what that looks like each and every day. One thing I'm proud of as a result of that, and to continue to further our efforts around attendance, they've committed $20,000 to that campaign for our next school year. When we talk about empowerment, so we talked about engagement and how we bring that forward. Empowering our schools is critically important. One of the great things that we have done is really prioritize and leverage the expertise of our pupil personnel workers. Our pupil personnel workers start off each and every year with a best practices presentation. That best practices presentation is carried forward to the entire school community. And it really talks about strategies. What can I do? How can I engage? What are the resources to support me in supporting my students in coming to school? What are the conversations with parents? So that was also part of it. And then that flows right into, at the school level, the attendance teams. How are we monitoring attendance? So there are attendance teams at all of our schools. Some meet once a month, some meet more frequently, twice a month, and some, believe it or not, some of them talk about meeting every single week to really make sure that they are keeping the pulse on what is impacting our learners. That's all driven with our data. Of course, we have our dashboards that we rely on heavily to bring forward that data around attendance, and even to drill down into individual learners, to think about what's underneath of great attendance and celebrating that, but also what can we do to dig up under when students are struggling or are challenged with attending. We've also built in, you've heard about community schools. One of the things that our community school partners have done is they've also picked right up with the Here For It campaign and championed forward with us, mobilizing resources, helping our schools to look critically at what's absent, what do we need to bring into our schools so that students have all of the resources they need to attend. We also expanded our Project Attend program this year. That's a program where we work with families who are met with many challenges of getting their students to school, and we meet at the courthouse generally with a hearing officer to talk about a plan of support for students to attend. One of the things that we discovered as we were tracking data was our parents were really challenged with transportation. So we piloted this spring, moving some of those project meetings into our schoolhouses. So we looked at a couple around the county and we moved it there. That has shown promise with greater attendance by families to be able to plan on how they support their students, but it's also really powerful because they can learn about the resources right there in their community. So we anticipate having more data around how that looks because it's only been a brief period of time, but we do see the promise in meeting our students and families where they are in their communities. And then all of this goes to the greater work of students coming to school and having access in the instructional environment. The engagement goes up. We know that increased time in class, but also just the greater connections. As we started this presentation, we talked about the power of connections and knowing that you matter to the people you come in and see each and every day. So the slide in front of you speaks to the system-wide chronic absenteeism data. And this is a slide, you'll look on the left, 22, 23, and then we move right on over into present day. We're excited. This is just a real testament, a true testament to the work of our schools, our families, our students, in how they are embracing the culture of attending. What you will see here is that we have just slightly under 17% improvement of our students coming to school. When you translate that, that's 19,365 students who've improved their attendance across time. And you can also see that we're also increasing the learners that are there and attending on a regular basis. We're also mitigating in the moderate and the chronic areas as well. One thing I want to highlight here, in this MSDE this year set a target, a 3-year target actually, of decreasing chronic absenteeism by 15%. Our number right now stands at 14.92%. We are under that mark, and we're 1 year in to the targeted work that MSDE has charged us with across the state. The next slide takes a look at how we're trending as far as end-of-year reduction. We have 126 schools that are meeting with success, and they're actually, when you look at this, they're doing even better than they did at this time last year. So 84 elementary schools, 24 of our middle schools, and 18 of our high schools. We are continuing to see growth as a measure when we look at end of year and we look at present numbers. Alrighty. Now let's dig into middle school. Middle school we looked at across our system, and we're very excited. We're continuing to see the downward trends. Of course, you can reflect on that 23-24 numbers and the move really quickly to the right, and you are going to see reductions in our chronic absenteeism. And when we've had focused interventions, we've looked at what students need, thought about the resources. When you look at this, our East Zone is really championing. They have had an 8% reduction as far as our middle schools go. And all of our zones are reducing the chronic absenteeism. I'm not going to steal Dr. Archuleta's thunder. I want her to speak to Woodlawn Middle School. But you can see there's a pretty significant growth there as well. And then if you look at the blue box at the bottom, you will also see that the chronic absenteeism at the same point in time. When we pulled this data, we are continuing exactly the same time last year and the year before that, we are continuing to see reductions in chronic absenteeism. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Archuleta so she can brag about the great work she's done to build that culture of attendance at Woodlawn Middle School.
Thank you, Mrs. Mustafa. Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, Superintendent Rogers, and members of the board. I am Dr. Rochelle Archuleta, and I have had the privilege of serving Woodlawn Middle School for the past 12 years as principal, and it is truly an honor to share our progress and tell our story of how our school community addressed one of our most pressing challenges, which is chronic absenteeism. Now, anyone who visits Woodlawn Middle School, especially over the last 12 years that I've been there, often comments on our positive climate. When you walk through our doors, you immediately feel a sense of warmth, pride, kindness, and support for our students that surrounds them each and every day. And I like to call it the magic of Woodlawn Middle. At the start of our focus attendance work during the 2023-24 school year, our chronic absentee rate, as you can see on the screen, was 49.2%. Today, I am proud to share that we have reduced that number to 21.33. That is almost a 28% decrease in only 2 years. That reduction represents far more than a statistic. 2 years ago, we recognized that absenteeism at that level was significantly impacting student achievement, instructional continuity, and overall student achievement, engagement. Simply put, if students are not in school, they cannot fully learn, grow, and thrive. So as we analyzed our data, we quickly realized that improving attendance would require more than isolated interventions. It demanded a coordinated, systematic, and proactive approach centered on relationships, accountability, and support. You can see on the screen some of the key strategies that we implemented over the last 2 years. And I'm going to talk about a few of these at this time. First, we established a collaborative attendance monitoring system that brought together our pupil personnel worker, administrators, our care liaison, social worker, community school facilitator, nurse, counselors, teachers, and support staff. All of them play a key piece to the puzzle. Every member of our school community became an integral partner in this work. Our attendance committee meets monthly. Well, that's what it's scheduled to meet. But in reality, the reality is conversations about our student needs happen every single day in our school building. When we identify a barrier preventing a student from attending school, we do not wait for that monthly meeting. We respond immediately. We prioritize individualized interventions by identifying root causes rather than simply reacting to symptoms. For some students, that meant schedule adjustments. For others, it meant academic support, emotional support, or even assistance meeting needs at home. Family engagement also became central to our success. Through attendance letters, conferences, follow-up phone calls, and even personal wake-up calls to our students, we strengthened communication and partnership with our families. These efforts reinforce that attendance is a shared responsibility between school and home. Equally important, we focused on the whole child. I often tell our team that students enter our building carrying things in their invisible book bags that we often cannot see. Our job is to remove those obstacles so that when they are in our school space, they can focus on learning and growing. As a community school, and we were the first middle school in Baltimore County to be designated as a middle school community school, we were able to expand our care closet to provide school uniforms, toiletries, school supplies, laundry detergent, coats, hats, umbrellas, even sometimes washing students' clothes to remove those barriers that often contribute to absenteeism. This year, we even partnered with Smile Maryland to provide dental services to students at our school. 30 students received care, including several uninsured students and some who had never previously received a dental cleaning. One especially powerful example involved a student who migrated from Honduras last year and required medical supplies his family could not afford. Our team immediately mobilized to support him. Through the dedication of our staff and the support of our community partners, we secured enough medical supplies to support him through the remainder of this school year and throughout the entire upcoming summer. We also implemented a check-in, check-out system and lunch bunch groups with our counselors for students facing persistent attendance challenges, ensuring they had consistent emotional and academic support. Internally, we strengthened teacher accountability for accurate and timely attendance reporting so that our data remained reliable and actionable in real time. At the end of each school day, I personally announce our attendance rate for the day and which grade level had the highest attendance. Our students look forward to hearing which grade level won the attendance for the day. To reinforce positive attendance habits, we implemented monthly incentives and celebrations, including assemblies, certificates, and field trips. We worked intentionally to create a culture where showing up to school is valued, celebrated, and expected. And you see one of those pictures there where our students are celebrated. Most importantly, we created a culture where students feel valued and experience a true sense of belonging, which is crucial for middle school students. At Woodlawn Middle School, when students are absent, they are not met with indifference. They are met with care. It is common to hear staff and students say, "Welcome back. We missed you. Hey, where have you been?" Our students know they matter. They know their presence is important. They know they belong. Woodlawn Middle School is a place where diversity is also celebrated and where students are encouraged to thrive, grow, and see themselves as capable scholars and connected members of our school community. Through these combined efforts, again, we reduce chronic absenteeism from 49.2 to 29.33, which is no small feat. This represents not only a significant numerical decrease, but also a meaningful shift in student engagement, family partnership, and school culture. Now, while we're proud of this progress, we also understand that this work must continue. Sustaining strong attendance requires ongoing collaboration, early intervention, and meaningful support for students and families. This journey has shown us that when schools operate as a unified team, not in silos, centered on students, grounded in relationships, and driven by data, meaningful change is possible. Every day as the principal, I have the joy of walking our hallways and hearing "Good morning" from students and staff. The smiles, the energy, the joy of learning together remind us of why our work matters. Thank you to Dr. Jones and Mrs. Mustafer for the opportunity to share the story of the wonderful place that is called Woodlawn Middle School. Thank you.
Wow. I'm not sure we can follow up on that, but thank you all so much, and thank you. I've had the privilege of walking through your school many times, and it truly is a special place where kids do feel the relationship and do feel like they belong. And I love the expression, they're not met with indifference.
You wear uniforms?
Yes, we are one of the uniform schools in Baltimore County.
And how long have you been doing that?
Oh my God, it was way before I got there. And I would dare to say maybe close to 20 years, because I've been there 12 already.
So it's just understood
Yes,
that you're going to wear the school colors?
yes.
The grade level colors.
The grade level colors.
Right.
So each of our grade levels have a different color. Our 8th graders are currently in black. Our 7th graders are in burgundy, and our 6th graders are in heather gray, and they stay with those cohort of students stay with that color all 3 years. But through our community partners like the Student Support Network, we're able to provide uniforms for families that are in need.
Is that just the tops, or is that the pants or slacks?
Yes, we're able to provide both.
And so it's been going on so long, there's no real negative feedback?
No, I think our parents actually appreciate it because it's less expensive for them to get a few pairs of khaki pants and polo style shirts. And like we said, if we have any students that are McKinney-Vento or have hardships, we're able to supply that for them.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments or questions, Mr. Young?
Thank you for this presentation. So, Dr. Archulus, you've done an amazing job in reducing that rate down. Have you looked at also how that has made improvements in your test results for your students?
Yes, we're continuing to grow and make gains. Our students, and we've been closing gaps with the growth in our students. Some of our students, as I said, walk in with things in their invisible book bags, and that includes even sometimes deficit skills. And so we receive accolades for reducing closing the gap with our students in reading, for instance, in reading intervention, and bringing them up to grade level. We've been able to close our academic gaps for some of our students 2 to 3 grade levels within a given year. And so that's something that if the students, again, once they're there, we work with them to see where their gaps are in order to continue to improve their student academic achievement.
Thank you.
Yes.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Omanowski?
Just one quick one. What is your total student enrollment right now?
Our total student enrollment sits at 467.
467?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Teleski, did you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work to support students. Just 2 quick questions. The Kaiser Permanente wonderful donation of $20,000, which is incredible. Do you know what that would be used toward related to attendance?
So we actually have a plan. As an outgrowth of the workshop we did, we have a plan and we have a target. One of the things that was prioritized as Kaiser Permanente is looking at wellness. So right now we're in the process of looking at absences attributed to concerns around wellness and the areas we need to mitigate with that. So what is going to happen with that will flow into our system level plan to support furthering the messaging around that. We provide messaging and we provide information. It's an opportunity to strengthen that even further, not just around physical health, but also around mental health and wellness. So that's where we will be. That's where we are focused on prioritizing moving forward.
Great, thank you. No, that's a wonderful donation. And then one other question for either of you. I love the innovative ideas that are being used. What would be an example of a schedule change for students that have like struggling attendance? And that sounds like a very innovative way to help support a student. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, we looked at each child individually to see what their needs are, and we found, for instance, that one student we're on an A-B block schedule, and so, for instance, if, through Focus and the computer, they had all core classes on one day. And we noticed, wait a minute, this student is not coming on A days. And then there's specials, for instance, electives, or on a B day where they're showing up on a B day, right? So with the student, we mixed those up, and so they didn't feel as much pressure on those A days to have those back-to-back core classes. We were able to change their schedule around. And that student started coming on A days because at least they had some electives mixed in with those core classes as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. It was truly outstanding. My question is for Mrs. Mustafer. As we look at our chronic absenteeism data over 3 years, and I appreciate the slide you provided for us, if we slice that by cohort, are we seeing the same improvements by cohort over that 3-year time frame? And specifically, are we seeing sustained improvement, meaning are our efforts continuing over time?
So when we look at the cohorts, and I would have to look at the specific numbers, we are seeing incremental gains. I do know that we've seen some where we've seen increments of increase, especially around multilingual learners. We have seen increases with chronic absenteeism. We work very hard to identify those supports and resources, matching the interventions and supports to student needs. So it is one of those things where we do monitor that data, and that's closely monitored also at the school level, to really, again, going exactly what Dr. Archuleta said, looking at where those needs are and really customizing the supports and interventions for our students. So I would definitely say that there can be differences. The one that I am very conscious of is our multilingual learners, but we are seeing incremental gains in all areas.
Okay, that's great to hear. Are we tracking those cohorts specifically? So in other words, are our efforts showing sustained improvements, meaning we're targeting them for students that need those supports, but if we're targeting other groups as they have those needs. So we're seeing improvements, I guess is what I'm saying, as our efforts are redirected. Are we seeing that those good habits continue once those efforts may back off a little bit?
I would say with the improvements that we've seen, I would definitely say that we're seeing sustainability. I think it's continuing to remind our community of attenders and all of our students the importance around attendance, working with families. So I think that's a position where universally we have to continue to message and share the consistent language and processes to support that level of sustainability. That's what we're seeing with schools, is when we are consistent in our messaging, our supports, working really to match the interventions and supports to the individual student needs, we are seeing that sustainability. We are tracking it by exactly what you're speaking of, and really trying to dig up underneath. Anytime we see a shift, we are looking at that and really thinking about what is it we need to do, even from conversations in central office, like how can we support the schools? What does this look like in any part of our county? So yes, we are looking at that. But again, I go back and say sustainability falls with us being consistent, consistent with our students, consistent with our staff, and consistent with our families in how we message, but also how are we building that culture of attenders across the county.
Right. It's great to see immediate gains. That's fantastic. This is all great news. It would be really interesting to see what our long-term effects of these efforts are, because, and to track that at a cohort level. So I'd love to see you back and report, out what you're finding. If our school attendance teams are looking at that, just to say, yeah, we've developed, new habits within these students, and they're doing great. Our fifth graders, they're now in eighth grade, and we're still seeing amazing results in terms of attendance. That's just a powerful story to tell if that's data that we have and can report on that. That's a story that would be fantastic to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my question or comment is, you've had over 20% drop in tiers, and that's great, and the sustainability is of course a concern. I find that, or I'm worried that it's going to get harder in a way to, like, you got that big jump because of all of those strategies that you've put in place, and they're great. Now this 20% that's still chronic, if those strategies really have not worked for them, what are those other strategies or other supports, or what do you feel the reasons those, I don't know, we're going to call them chronic absenteeism, what is really impeding those kids? Because I feel like once you've got that big chunk, then now we're really going to have harder and harder supports to put in place.
Yes, I was actually reflecting and thinking about that, because I said, okay, we're at 21%, but that's still 21%. And one of the things, as I reflected, I thought about the continued communication with our parents, because I believe that some parents don't realize that if you miss 18 days of school, you're now considered chronic, or 10% wherever you are in the school year. So if we're halfway through, then that's 9 days. So if you say, okay, well, they had
Only
the flu.
9, right.
Right, exactly. Oh, we can just miss this day. It's a half day anyway. Those types of things. So one of the things that we will definitely continue to do is communicate and educate our families on what it means for the students to, to be there, and the importance of them coming to school, even on those half days. One of the things we also notice is at the end of the school year, like for instance, once our eighth graders are promoted, and then we're getting down to those final days and those 2 half days that we have, that was where we had the lowest attendance, which impacted our overall attendance rate. And so we adjusted our eighth grade promotion ceremony date to get closer to the end, to keep those eighth graders in school, and also it impacted the 6th and 7th graders, because once they started seeing the 8th graders not coming, oh, we don't need to come. No, school is not over until, in this case, June 16, 2026 this year. And
Not that you know that.
Yes, not that I know that at all. And so the communication, the education of our families, I think will be really crucial in getting to that 21%. And then also continuing to use our PPW for those that are, like you said, chronic. We're still, I saw her going, and she was like, I'm on my way to district court in order to file some things for 2 families that are, just continuing to not have students come to school for whatever reason. And we've done home visits and all of those things. So I think with our continued efforts, we can crack into, in education, we can crack into that 21%.
Right. I'm sure you can. You've done so many strategies. I'm just up here thinking, what more are we?
What more, yes.
Right, are we missing? Mr. Young?
Thank you. You spoke about your various strategies, and you just mentioned parents. So other than, dragging them to court with the PPW, what have you put in place with the parents to get them on board and realizing, the importance of being in school, but also that, yes, your child is not attending school like you think they are?
Yeah, so as a community school, we've been able to offer a lot of workshops just for parents in order to continue to, we would say, professionally develop them on how to support their child and the importance of education and their students being in there. And we've really been reaching out like one by one to those families, not just a blank. I do a call out every Sunday at 5 o'clock. To all of our families, but these families that you need to reach, we have found that the one-on-one approach has been helping, so that they can know that they're valued, we see them, we want them a part of our school community. And so with our workshops, they've been attending more and more. Sometimes, when we first started, you may only get a few. Okay, we reached out and we got 3. Okay, well, next time we have 10. Next time we have 15. So every increase is progress. And so I think those are some of the things that we will continue to do to work with our parents and to really get them on board with the importance of that we need our students in school. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And we look forward to follow-ups. Our next item on the agenda, we have another report on academic achievement, MSDE math changes, and for that I call on Dr. Mullinex and Dr. Anderson.
Well, that's a tough act to follow.
It sure is. You can do it.
Good evening, Board Chair Lichter, Superintendent Rogers, and board members. We're excited to be here again to share with you some additional updates we have around math. We were here in the fall, and at that time we shared with you that MSDE has released the new math policy to address some persistent gaps and deficits that we're seeing across the state. And we're obviously, Baltimore County is not alone in those data, so that's why this policy has been put forth. It's also put forth to look at the inequities around access. We know that students get into a track and they stay that way. So this policy aims to allow more on-ramps for students to access those higher level math courses. We also have some inconsistencies across districts with regard to instruction, which I'm really happy to say that here in Baltimore County, we're doing really great work around that with the Research for Better Teaching and getting some more consistency around instruction that's happening in our classrooms. So we're ahead of the game on that. Obviously, we can't discount the pandemic and the gaps that did cause, even though we are 5 years out from that, it did still have an impact on our students. And lastly, obviously, the blueprint goals for readiness and equity. These needs are being addressed through four core policy standards. The first is access and equitable mathematics opportunities, again, hoping to allow students to access those higher level courses by providing additional on-ramps for students. We're also obviously clear standards, and this is going to be a major focus of our presentation tonight, because while we hear rumors that there will be some changes and additions and extension to the policy, we do know one thing for sure is that standards will change for next year. So most of our work this year and all of our work next year will focus on that, and we'll get a little bit more into that as we move on. Obviously, professional development to build our teachers' capacity around how to teach math, also around the core competencies that are outlined in the numeracy framework, as well as the new standards. And lastly, progress monitoring, which we've done a lot of work this year to prepare schools for this. And I'll get into that in the next slide. This is the timeline currently right now. So while there's discussion around the timeline implementation and components within it, this is how the current timeline is looking. This year was a preparation year for all stakeholders to make everyone aware of it, to understand that there is policy changes coming, and to review alignment with current curriculum and the new standards. We also spent the entire year training school leaders, that's principals, APs, department chairs, and math leaders, on the MTSS process. And I'll get into that a little bit more in the next slide. We have begun to utilize math interventions, which has been a major gap in our mathematics program. So we've identified several interventions that are showing some promising results at this time, but also providing teachers with additional training on how to address specific needs of students. As we move into next year, our focus will be around the new standards, as I said. The year will be spent understanding the core competencies outlined in the numeracy development framework, and those competencies outline what should students master by the end of each year. By spending the entire year focused on this, we believe teachers will have a strong understanding of the rigorous demands of each grade level and will be able to apply the knowledge when we shift to a new curriculum in the near future. The last 2 years of this will be the implementation of additional mathematics courses that will provide integrated algebra in our higher level courses. Obviously, professional development will run throughout this entire thing. Now the work for this year. We have done a lot of work this year with mathematics, and we're really excited to share some of the things that we're seeing. Professional learning around the MTSS model. While we have had a strong MTSS model in BCPS, one area that we wanted to work on was really looking at academics through the MTSS process. How are we looking at student achievement? What interventions are we putting in place? How are we monitoring those interventions? And how are we moving students in and out as we see the need? We've also worked on the numeracy framework, principals during PLD this year, department chair meetings, and math leaders, also on the March 20th system-wide professional development, unpack the numeracy framework to understand which competencies should be mastered by each grade level. So to really develop that understanding of that basic foundational skills. We have begun to do a crosswalk between our Bridges curriculum and the new standards. IM is also our secondary curriculum. That's being done at the state level because there are several other LEAs that are in the same situation where we have a curriculum in place and we know that there's new standards. So identifying where are the gaps from the curriculum we're currently using and the standards while we await the HQIM that's going to be released by MSDE. So we'll be continuing to work on that. We're doing the in-house with Bridges, and again, we're working with a cadre of LEAs to do the IM, so we'll make sure we have that. Obviously, I've talked a lot about exploring the standards, and this really has been done through Principal PLD. Our May 28th system-wide professional development will also address this, as well as June 18th and at our Math Summit in August, which we're excited about, where our math leaders from across all the schools, elementary will have one day and math and secondary will have one day. They will dive in and they will really unpack the standards, and I believe we'll talk about that a little bit later as far as unpacking professional development. As I shared, we are waiting for MSDE to release the list of HQIM that is aligned to the standards, and once that happens, obviously we'll move through the process to make sure that we are in line with what their recommendations are. HQIM. Is that what I said? Yes. HQI. Oh, I'm sorry. High quality instructional materials. I apologize. We also have been collaborating with MSDE's math division. We have a group of individuals from across the school system, including from our multilingual office to math to special ed, that meet monthly with MSDE to discuss this new math policy and the roles that they play within it. We also have, like I said, the curriculum committees that come together with other districts across the state to look at where the gaps are. And Dr. Anderson and I just recently we're doing some one-on-one meetings with the director of the math department at MSDE. We've also developed a roadmap of moving forward, so looking at what the current timeline is for the policy, what work are we going to be doing to make sure that we are in line with it. In fact, I think the roadmap has us a little bit ahead of what the timeline is, which is good because we have some flexibility. But Dr. Anderson has done a wonderful job of dissecting this and working with the team in the math office to divide up responsibilities, hit standard timelines, what are the deliverables, so she's working very hard with the team to do that. And obviously, as we transition to new leadership, they will pick right up where she's left. We'll be investigating various schedule models. We've talked about this. We've done this year. We've just investigated. That part, we believe, will be possibly pushed off, but the recommendation is that it'll be 60 minutes a day for mathematics. So we're in the middle of just looking at that and also talking to other ELAs around the state to see what they're doing to address this and work collaboratively with them. Obviously, communicating with stakeholders through various means, through the curriculum committee, obviously through the board meetings, and through our family engagement office. And lastly, we've provided over 1,000 hours of support from the math office alone to our schools to help prepare them for this transition. We obviously recognize, based on the data, that middle schools needs a little extra support, so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Anderson, and she's going to share very clearly what we're doing specifically for our middle schools.
Thank you, Dr. Mullinex, and good evening, Board Chair Lichtner, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. We have really had an intentional focus on middle school math, and we've kind of categorized our focus into these three buckets: instruction and professional learning, intervention, and student support, and then finally systems alignment and accountability. And within each of those categories, we've started to have overarching work done, and then we'll drill down a little bit more deep into each of these categories when we talk specifically about the math plan. But when we take a look at instruction, we really wanted to focus on Tier 1 first instruction and interrogate our current instructional practices as they relate to math. And so we were able to do that with a team of principals and additional math folks to ensure that what we are pushing forward and what we are actually interrogating in the classrooms is relevant and focused on increasing student achievement. We have grounded our professional learning experiences in research-based theoretical frameworks, such as the science of learning, and I'll explain a little bit more of what that looks like in practicality. Additionally, we have built the capacity, as Dr. Mullinex shared, among all the leaders within a building so that they can develop language and common focus, and so that everyone is on the same page when we're really talking about what math looks like in the classroom. And that's really been an important part of the work that we've done, is to ensure that all leaders within a school building are getting the same message and understand the same concepts. And when we take a look at intervention and student support, one of the key things that we've really pushed for this year, and thank you to Dr. Mullinex and her team for the support, is ensuring that we had some robust intervention tools and that we had some platforms that we could utilize in all schools, and that most schools had options for what they had access to and could use. And then we took those tools and we utilized the time that's already been built into the school schedule with the advisory and ASA time period to ensure that we were providing opportunities for intervention to be implemented within the school day when we have identified gaps within student learning. And then we assured that progress monitoring was happening by making sure that these were conversations that we were regularly having with our school leaders, and that we had built that into with the work that CNI was doing within the math division as well. When we take a look at the systems and accountability, we really wanted to make sure that we had a framework that all schools could utilize, but also customize to meet their needs. And so we developed a template of a math plan that where we had criteria and accountability measures, but then it was customizable to make sure that the schools could use their resources and then identify their needs and then complete the plan. And part of that plan was really for us as executive directors and school leadership at the central office feedback, and so we actually had time dates as well to ensure that we were really a part of the process and weren't leaving it up to schools on their own. And part of the process as well that we wanted to ensure that there was commonality is understanding how to identify deficit standards and priority standards within the math framework so that we could really prioritize and make sure that we were eliminating opportunities for gaps ahead of time and being proactive. And then lastly, ensuring that our PL systems were in place and working well, and making sure that our school leaders were involved in math PLCs in particular. We really charged every principal to be a part of the math PLC work within their building to ensure that there was laser focus on the work being done and the steps being taken to ensure student success when gaps were identified. So this work was done specifically through the math plan, and that's what this detailed. And so I won't belabor all of the elements, but I do want to highlight that we really focused when we talked about instruction and we drilled down into strategies associated with the science of learning, that we focused on things like retrieval practices and spaced learning, which encourage students to move knowledge from their short-term memory or their working memory into their long-term memory. And so we really did a lot of education with teachers and with staff on understanding what that process entails so that students have enduring learning. And additionally, we also focused on planning to the standard, which is different than planning to assessments, because we can't always guarantee that our assessments are going to be known to us and what they're going to look like and what their structures are going to be, but we do know what the standards are. And so we wanted to go back to making sure that teachers and principals and DCs are all understanding that that's really how backwards mapping should occur and how we develop lessons to make sure that we are accounting for all of the standards in all of the grades. Additionally, through that professional learning opportunities, which Dr. Mullinex shared as well, we took apart some of the elements of the math policy. So we had all of our leaders in schools really go through the numeracy framework and the standards companion, and we're going to continue to do that work, and I'll share that in just a moment. In addition to all the other things that you'll see, one thing that we really also took note of is how do we make learning more engaging for math in the classroom. So we focused on two different strategies that all of the principals and DCs received for middle schools, and that was understanding a little bit more of the elements of building thinking classrooms, which is a very engaging process for encouraging students to have real collaboration among each other that is rigorous. And in addition, we took a look at learning more about interactive notebooks and how that also encourages learning in the classroom. And so while this work is still in progress and being developed, and we will continue to interrogate it to ensure that it is meeting the needs of our schools and students, we are continuing the work this summer. And so as you see, the through line continues with making sure that PD is provided to all of the leaders within the school building. On May 28th, we're going to introduce the standards to teachers and start working through the process of teaching them how to unpack them a little bit and see the through line among all of the different courses and how they build upon each other. And then in June 28th, we're going to give them an opportunity to use those skills that we are hoping, and the skills and that they will have on May 28th, to then develop the first unit, backwards map the first unit for the upcoming school year, and then they'll have resources within the school on the 18th of June to support them with central office personnel. And then we're really excited about the Math Summit on August 11th and 12th, because it's going to give us an opportunity to continue to build in capacities with our school leaders to ensure that we are all on the same page as we continue to develop and enhance our math plan and our math focus for next year, and helping them with the skill sets needed to ensure that they are successful and helping to support their teachers in the classrooms.
Also, our summer work is going to be very focused on not only the standards, but also first Tier 1 instruction. If our teachers understand the standards and they understand high-quality instruction, we can give them any curriculum to teach. So that's why we're really going to focus on those two components. The math office will be working on creating exemplar lessons that are aligned to the standards and also aligned to RBT, so that we see that through line, and they'll be provided to those. We actually began yesterday. Dr. Anderson and Dr. Kraft had their teams together looking at how to create assessments. What does that look like? What does it look like for standards, to make sure that everyone in CNI is speaking the same language. We'll also be looking at the curriculum-based assessments and new standards. So going through each of the assessments before we upload it into our new assessment platform, DNA, they will learn the criteria that we expect for those assessments. So they're reviewing the assessments prior to uploading them. So how many times should a standard be assessed to really see if a student's making progress on it? How do we score them if it's a pre-assessment for a standard? So they'll have a very strict criteria, and they will be provided training next Monday, not Memorial Day, the Monday after, on those things and the checklist. And so we'll have a check and balance with that. We will be refining our school's support structures, so making sure that we continue the great work that our team is doing going in and supporting it, but really refining it to make sure that we have several components that are essential. One is making sure principals are at the table and helping to design what the plan is for our staff going in to provide the professional development coaching, but also what is that sustainability plan? So when the resources do have to go on to another school, who is there to make sure that that work is continuing? We obviously will finalize the crosswalk between the curriculum and standards, and that will be provided to teachers. And as Dr. Anderson said, we will be working with teachers over the summer and in the Math Institute or Summit to do the first unit of instruction, so that they have that and they're ready to start the school year strong. Those are our plans.
Okay, it's a lot of plans. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Questions, comments from board members? Mr. Young?
Thank you for the presentation. Dr. Molex, you answered a few of my questions, but I'm just going to go for some clarification. So I'm assuming that, you know, you talked about the standards and that you're doing this crosswalk. So MSD has provided information on what the new they've provided specific enough information on what the new standards look like so that you can look at what our current curriculum textbooks provide to determine if there are any gaps.
Yes, yes. So they provided not only the standards, but also they're calling it a companion to unpack them. The standards are not changing drastically, so it's not like the sky is not falling. Some of them have adjusted grade levels where they're going to fall. Some of them have adjusted some language in them, but it's not a huge overhaul that I think it's going to be a huge undertaking. But again, going back to what I said, if teachers understand the standards, the curriculum then serves as a resource to teach those standards.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions, comments? It was very detailed. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Telesky.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just, what is RBT?
Research for Better Teaching.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about the advisory periods, which is a great use of time. Do all of the middle and high schools have advisory periods?
All of the middle schools do, yes.
Okay, great. And then what is the every student response?
Every student response are different instructional strategies where instead of the teacher asking one student to respond to maybe a question, there's a strategy that's utilized for all students to respond. And so there are a variety of strategies. One thing that we're utilizing in math is really the building thinking classrooms where students are encouraged to work collaboratively up on the boards and they're standing around the classrooms. And if you've done school visits with math classes, you've probably seen a lot of that work. And we're still developing that work and refining that practice. But that's what that focus is, so that it's not just one student answering the teacher.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Other questions? Ms. Dominowski?
Just quick, and you probably said this, but PLC stands for?
Professional Learning Communities.
That's what I thought.
There were a lot of MSTEs, HQIMs, PLCs.
That's okay. I wasn't sure if it was communities or companion or.
Yes, and it's really an opportune time for professional learning to happen. So it's data analysis, but also professional learning. And like Dr. Anderson said, at the middle school level, we made it very clear that principals need to be in there with their teachers and their math leaders to lead that work and really be part of it.
Ms. Henn?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. The priority and deficit standards you identified, were those identified for the system overall or for the school, for each particular school as part of the plan?
So actually, the state has identified them as well. And so we've utilized those resources to ensure that the teachers and the math leaders know where to find them and then where to identify them in the curriculum so that they don't spend an enormous amount of time on a standard that's not going to be reflected in assessments or isn't going to be utilized in building on knowledge further on in that course or in future courses. So certain standards are going to be, those are the priority standards.
Great.
And when we do the data analysis for the deficit standards, that's going to be driving some of our department chair meetings. Because if we're seeing that that's a deficit across schools, then we need to make sure we're building capacity around that specific standard. So that will be another addition that we're adding to our department.
Great. And then the instructional deliverable then for each of those deficit standards, can you give us an example of what that might look like?
Sure. So what we asked our folks to do through the math plan was to analyze their data and compare their deficits in the standards, so where students were scoring below what we would expect, and compare that to if they were a priority standard or not. And then from there, they would develop a plan using retrieval practices and spaced learning to revisit those particular items throughout a class. But then they could also target those standards within interventions, and we have various platforms that we're utilizing for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. It's obvious a lot of work went into it because of the amount of details and planning. So we will all keep our fingers crossed and watch for updates.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the, Ms. Dominowski, you didn't have your hand up, did you? No. Okay. Okay. Well, it was a math presentation, so that's good. The next item on the agenda is information, which includes a Q3 audit report that was presented at the April 14th Audit Committee and the revised Superintendent's Rule 1110. I also want to just give a little bit of information about the superintendent's search to date. This week, there are community forums taking place. We had a set last night at Milford Mill. Tomorrow night will be at Red House Run, 4:30 to 6 o'clock for our staff to provide input, and 6:30 to 8 for the general public. These are run by the superintendent's search firm, Ray & Associates. We also have another one scheduled for Thursday night, same thing, 4:30 to 6 for staff and 6:30 to 8 for the general public. There's also a virtual session for those who want to provide feedback but cannot attend, and that's also on Thursday night. All of the information I'm sharing is on our website. If you go to our website and in the search bar, you put superintendent search, it will show you all of these pieces of information. There's also an online survey. I'm sorry.
No, when you're done. Sorry.
Okay. There's also an online survey for the public that we are asking you to fill out to give us further input. That survey is open until Sunday night. And then we are working as a board to select our candidates for the first round interviews, which will then be followed by our finalist interviews. There'll be other opportunities for the public, and that will all be posted on the website in the next couple of days. So please check the website. A lot of information is on there with links and just a lot of information. So I encourage you to go there, and we really would like as much input as we can get from the public and from our staff as we take on this extremely important work. Miss?
Yes, I have a motion.
Yes?
It pertains to what? So I move to reclassify the Thursday, May 21st Superintendent Search Virtual Public Forum already scheduled as a Superintendent Search Virtual Public Hearing so as to permit unlimited public comment to be entered into the official record.
Second, Ms. Henn?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dominowski, do you want to speak a little bit more about what that looks like?
So it's already scheduled. It's a virtual public hearing scheduled for Microsoft Teams, I believe. So it wouldn't ask for any additional, filming
Right.
or video,
Right.
just to make it public and then to allow for time for public to comment and have, like they would a public hearing, have the 3 minutes to speak about whatever it is they want to speak about for the record towards the public, towards the superintendent search.
And that's different than what we're currently doing
Yes,
for the
because there's a
forms?
time limit frame as far as cutting. It only goes until a certain amount of time, and then there's a presentation that is involved, and then there's discussion. This is more of a just open public hearing comment where anything that anyone from the community stakeholder, anyone who signs up would have an opportunity to speak.
Okay, a hearing. Okay, now I understand the hearing part of it. Ms. Pumphrey, and then Ms. Henn.
Can I speak to my second?
Oh,
Madam
okay,
Chair?
go ahead.
Thank you. So I believe the forum would parallel the forums we offer our public for the budgets, both the operating and capital budgets. We allow unlimited speakers, 3 minutes for public comment. So I believe the superintendent search is as, if not more important than our budgets, and we offer those on an annual basis for both the operating and capital budgets. So I believe this would be an appropriate venue, appropriate format to offer our public the chance to comment. And since we already have it scheduled logistically, as Ms. Dominowski said, I believe it would be easy to support this request and facilitate it for staff. Yes, so as we already have it scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pumphrey.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Ms. Zaleski.
Thank you. I just have one clarifying question. What is the current format as is, like, for example, last night?
Well, there were,
so that we have something to compare.
it was more what Ms. Dominowski described as far as they were getting input. I think what you're talking about is absolutely no speaking, like what we do when we don't really speak, we just listen. Right.
The search firm did like a presentation first last night
I
and then allowed
haven't watched
limited.
the tape yet. Did you watch the tape yet? Right. Okay, so it was more of a question format where then answers. Miss.
And just, I want to make sure.
I got a lot of people, go ahead.
The search firm did not have a presentation.
Okay.
Asked questions and.
Right, so they asked questions of the audience and the audience provided feedback based on the questions. This would be no questions, just open-ended feedback about the superintendent search.
Okay.
If I'm understanding that.
So, and just one other point
Go
of
ahead.
clarification. This would be whoever signed up to, whoever wanted to speak would have the opportunity, where the initial forum was limited to a certain number.
The online forum was going to be just like the face-to-face forums. We just offered an online version for people who couldn't make it to one of the 3 locations. This is changing the format to more of a hearing versus the same format that's happening.
Right, and one big change is that more speakers would have the chance to speak. I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing I'm concerned about, and I don't know enough, is the logistics of people being able to speak online. Ms. Gover, can,
It is their Zoom meeting, and the
search firm.
associates are doing it, not me.
Right, so we'll have to check with Ray and Associates about the logistics of people getting one.
The other advantage of this is that it would be recorded, presumably. We could check with the search firm, but the Zoom meeting could be recorded, and it can be available to the public on our website by sharing.
The ones right now are also being videoed and are available on the website.
Okay.
You'll see that yesterday's is like hyperlinked, where the other ones aren't yet because they haven't occurred. Ms. Dominowski?
Just to kind of piggyback as far as letting them to be able to speak whatever they want to. Sometimes when there's a question and answer and they're asking the public for, a response to a question, they might go off topic of that question and then they're cut short because they'll say, oh, get back to the topic. This way, it's completely open-ended, whatever the community wants to speak about as far as who we should be looking, whatever their opinion is, whatever they want to say, within reason, obviously. But, just totally open-ended their thoughts on the process.
Did I see somebody else's hand on here? Let me look. I don't think there's anybody online. Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please? Oops, I'm sorry, Ms. Pumphrey.
Just one more comment. Just a comment. I just do want to make sure that we keep it, I like open-ended, but I want to make sure we do keep it related to the superintendent search.
Right.
And not, because sometimes we have people show up for public hearings and they're not necessarily talking about the budget, they're talking about something political or whatever. So just like to make sure that we keep it
to the topic
related to the superintendent search only.
Anybody else? Okay. Ms. Grover, you okay for roll call?
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
She's not on.
She left.
Ms. Stelasky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Miss Dr. Savoy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I don't think your answer is yes. We were talking about the superintendent search.
Okay, I'm not in that. I don't think I'm supposed to answer.
Can you say recuse?
Yes, recuse. Thank you.
We're talking about the
Ms.
superintendent.
Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Recuse.
Yes.
Thank you.
What was the number? I lost track. Okay. Okay. Where am I?
I'm sorry, it was 7.
Okay, we're still. Okay, the next item on the agenda is board committee updates and agenda setting. So board committee updates, Mr. Young. Audit committee, sorry, I'm a little
I
mushed.
was going to say, I can start going down my list. Okay.
Yes, please, you've stepped in for many people.
Okay. The next audit committee meeting is June 16th at 4:30 p.m. Our next building and contracts committee is June 8th at 5 p.m. While I'm on here, the next equity committee meeting will be June 18th at 4 p.m. and the equity committee meeting with the equity council will be May 21st at 5:30 p.m.
Thank
Turn
you.
it back over to you.
Thank you. Legislative and government, we have stopped our meetings for this year because the session is over, so we don't have any upcoming until the fall when we'll regroup. Curriculum Committee, Ms. Stelasky.
Thank you. The curriculum meeting will be meeting tomorrow, May 20th, at 4 p.m., and we will be discussing course updates for the 27-28 school year.
Thank you. And Policy Review Committee, Ms. Pumphrey.
We had our last meeting on May 11th. We discussed Policy 1200, Community Involvement, and Policy 1210, Community Involvement Relationship with Parent, Teacher, Student Associations. Both moved forward. 1200 had a couple minor language changes for consistency, but they both moved forward for first reader. We also discussed our policies scheduled for review for the 2026-2027 school year. based on our 7-year policy review cycle. And we had 2 policies that rolled over from this current year that will be reviewed next year, and also a couple policies that were requested from board members throughout different meetings throughout this year that will be added also to the review for 2026, 2027. And our next meeting is June 15th at 4:30.
Thank you. Are there any agenda-setting items at this moment? Ms. Domanowski?
Yes, and just hear me out for a second. But I will get to it. I just want to address a comment made by one of our public speakers, 2 of them actually this evening, regarding the overuse of technology in our classrooms. As a current BCPS parent of 3 students, 2 in elementary and 1 in middle school, I can attest that far too many of our educational resources are digital. This also places a burden on parents. In order to support our children's learning at home, we too must have access to these digital platforms and materials. I've witnessed firsthand how this over-reliance on technology has negatively impacted the way my own children learn, particularly in math, reading, and writing. I am also aware that educators have been instructed to mark answers as correct as long as the intent is understood, and to refrain from deducting points for punctuation or grammar errors provided the context is clear. I strongly believe we need to take a hard look at how much we are asking our educators and students to depend on digital content, identifying where adjustments can be made and what must remain. Additionally, parents should have direct access to any digital assignments or assessments submitted by their students for grading purposes without needing to schedule a separate meeting with the teacher. I've already spoken to Ms. Pumphrey about a policy regarding digital assessments and assignments. I really think that this is something we need to put on the calendar very soon and to reassess how much of our curriculum, our digital resources, all the needs that we're putting digitally, educational-wise, for our students, and how much we're relying on them, and how much we can get rid of or change. We need to reevaluate what's going on.
So as far as the agenda item, was that for the policy, just reinforcing the agenda item for the policy review, or is there agenda
Policy
item?
and an agenda item to go over a total review of how much of our curriculum is on digital and how much of the resources our students need to have digitally to complete their work.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Teleski?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Domanowski. I just want to piggyback on that for a second. I want to thank both of the speakers tonight that did speak regarding concern about the balance between paper pencil learning and technology. And I can submit some specific questions that I think would be helpful for our upcoming topic for a future meeting. But one specific thing that was requested that I think is important is for the community to understand that when technology is used, that it is evidence-based, that it is clear that it is not impeding in any way on productive student learning. And then the other topic that I would like to suggest is, and I know that this has been requested in the past, is an update with Oracle, given some of the concerns that have been expressed. I think that a timely update about some of the issues with payments and insurance would be very beneficial. Thank you.
I know there's one scheduled, I just can't remember which month it is for, but it has been already scheduled.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Pumphrey?
Just to comment on the same topic, it might be helpful for us if we add an agenda item for the full board to have that before our policy review discussion. I think it might help lead the direction of where we are going as far as policy is concerned.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Mr. McMillian?
Yes, I have a motion. I move that BCPS reallocate up to $3.6 million from the fund balance to fund library media specialists in our secondary schools to allow for the removal of additional instructional assignments, including advisory. This reallocation shall be done in a way that does not lead to additional staff cuts or to decrease compensation packages.
Is there a second?
Stolowski.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. McMillian?
As a board, we've passed something very similar to this, but it was a more generalized version. Legal counsel suggested that if my interpretation of what was said was suggested that the more generalized version, legal counsel suggested that if my interpretation of what was said was. Is that me?
Somebody must have their Dr. Savoy, please, never mind, she just muted.
Okay. So we passed something like this, the legal counsel, my interpretation of what legal counsel said, in a future budgetary motions, we need to state specifically where the money is coming from and where it's going. So I think that this accomplishes that by stating that the money is going to come from the fund balance to fund the library media specialist. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Ms. Pumphrey?
I have a legal question.
Go ahead.
I think it's a legal question. Can we do this when our budget is still pending with the county council? Nothing, I mean, I voted yes to the original motion, so I'm just legally want to have an answer here, please.
For the record, Darren Burns, Sport Council. First of all, I do want to point out for the record, because I want to preserve the board's privilege. You know, advice given in closed session is for the board. It's not for individual board members. And I do think you want to be cautious, and this is between the board members to decide, who discloses what advice is given in closed session during properly closed for legal without full approval of the board. That's an important point, and has nothing to do with the question that's before you, but it needs to be honored, and it is for the best interest of the full board. And I would say that in any advice in front of any board at any time regarding your closed session topics.
Thank you.
Having said that, I don't believe at this stage, and Ms. Pumphrey touched on it, you can actually have a motion to talk about next year's fund budget, fund balance, because that would have to be the fund balance you'd be tapping to do what you were talking about, Mr. McMillan. And you're not talking about the remainder of the school year. You're talking about something that would happen next year. And in fact, the motion that was made, that was discussed in closed session, was actually for the fall of '26. So I assume you're talking about not the remainder of this year, but next year. Your current budget is before the county councils right now. You haven't received it back, so you actually only have a proposed budget. You have no budget at all to work with. And until you get to July 1st, you don't have a current budget. At that point, I think the board's free to look at its budget, determine how you want to possibly move things between categories, work with your superintendent in terms of how to actually execute your budget. But I'm not sure it's a well-taken motion at this stage with where your budget is to talk about tapping a fund balance for FY27 at this time. I have not had a chance. I didn't see this motion ahead of time. Just saw it when you all saw it. Haven't been able to research this fully. I think you'd be wise to receive, advice of your financial folks and budget folks as well as council, but that would be my advice tonight.
Thank you.
Just a clarifying question, if I may
Go
follow
ahead.
up. So am I hearing you correctly that once the budget is approved, this may still be an appropriate motion at that time after the budget is approved by the county council and presented to us as an adopted budget?
Right, because remember, if you're calling the statute, and we've talked about this before in 5101 and the rest of those sections in that part of the education article, you're going to receive an approved budget back from the county, right? It's still your budget. At that point in time, there's a process in which you then have to implement your budget and report back to the county. And that all happens pretty quickly over the summer. At that point in time, you'd be in a place where you could consider how will you approach this or any other issue based on what your actual budget is. And then, of course, you'd follow any of the rules regarding transfers and reporting back to the county, et cetera.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I want to comment on the legal counsel comment. When I said that, I didn't give any indication. I said that the information came from legal counsel. I didn't give a time frame of that. You did.
That's not the point of what my comment was, but
But that's my
I
point.
respect it. The advice that's given to the board regarding the topic we talked about was given during a properly closed session in legal, and that's where it came from.
Okay, I agree to that. But I didn't say it. And how did the public know that? The public didn't know it until you said it. I could have had a conversation with you right over here.
And again, it's the content of the advice was given to the board as a body. And I want to preserve that right for you to always have that ability to hold that privilege and that confidentiality.
Any other discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Young?
Based on the information that Mr. Burns has given us, I would say at this point in time, the motion is out of order.
Okay. Can we have legal counsel on the out of order piece?
Out of order is really a parliamentary term. You know, in other words, I don't know if it's a Robert's Rules issue that I think the motion, if voted upon, could lead to a result that's impossible, if not illegal, for you to carry out.
Okay. Ms. Dominowski?
It doesn't say the FY27 fund balance. If we made an amendment to do that, because we're not using all of our FY26 fund balance, if you changed it to the FY26 fund balance, would that make it an illegal motion?
But you're not going to carry the your FY26 fund balance isn't part of your FY27 budgets in front of the county council.
Fund balance, would that make it an illegal motion?
If you're not going to carry the FY26.
Dr. Savoy, can you mute?
I just muted her.
Thank you.
In other words,
Okay,
you're right, it doesn't specify, but it still presents at least a practical issue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I move to postpone a motion until after we receive an adopted budget from the county council. Or
Second.
budget to be adopted from the county council.
That motion takes precedence. If seconded, then.
Second, Ms. Hen.
Do you want to speak to it, or it's pretty?
It was based upon my question to Mr. Burns and his response.
Any further discussion on Ms. Pumphrey's amended motion? May I have a roll call vote on the amended motion? The amendment, sorry.
Madam Chair, point of order, do we need to vote on the postponement?
Yeah, well, that's what we're voting on now, right? She just
Vote on
What?
the postponement.
Not the amendment.
Not the
the
amendment,
no,
the
not the
postponement.
postponement, sorry.
Madam Chair, just to be clear on this,
Yeah.
there is postponements and there's postponements to a date certain. I at least heard until after the budget was adopted.
Yes,
And you mean
I don't know
that-
the date, so
And you mean to a board meeting occurring after that happens?
yes, thank you.
Do you, let's see if Ms. Gober does. Do you have the wording of this?
With Mr. Burns' language, it's to postpone to a board meeting after the budget is adopted by the county council.
Correct, Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes, correct.
Okay, roll call vote on that.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favors
Okay.
8.
So the postponement passed.
Right, and that ends the debate on the primary. It just holds
Okay.
until, it should be preserved until that meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns. Okay, let's see where we are. The next meeting, come on, my computer. The next item, last item on the agenda is announcements. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 9th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you for joining us tonight. This meeting is now adjourned.